locked in, dominating the Red Sox hitters from start to finish. He allowed only 3 hits over his 8 masterful innings of work. So for Bud and the Birds, a celebration with their fans and a shutout over a division rival. Tonight, it's Chris Tillman's turn, looking for his first victory in his home yard. Tillman will try and emulate the job done last night. Red Sox, Orioles next. It's the Orioles on Massett, and we welcome you back to Camden Yards for Game 2 of this 3-game set against the Red Sox. The Orioles can guarantee themselves a series win if they can pick up the victory here in Game 2. Hi, everybody. I'm Gary Thorne. As most Oriole fans know, the word on Manny Machado, a 5-game suspension. He has appealed, so he will be in the starting lineup tonight, and they'll decide tomorrow, the next day, whether the appeal will stand and just how they're going to handle that. But for right now, Manny plays. And so does Chris Tillman. Chris Tillman will make the start. He and Ubaldo Jimenez were supposed to be the 1 and 2 at the top, and maybe they still are. But the numbers right now are not where the Orioles would like it to be, and neither for the 2 starters. You see, you take Tillman and Jimenez together compared with the other Orioles starters. The wins are not there. The ERA is up. The walks per 9 innings issued too high. The whip number higher. Opponent average of runners in scoring position a bit too high. The point of it is, for the Orioles, it's got to be about the starting pitching. They've got to come through, Mike, and those 2 the Orioles really need to make a run at it here the rest of the year. Well, they're counting on them too to rise to the occasion. I mean, the other starters have really done a nice job to stabilize themselves. I think there's been inconsistencies with everybody, but Bud Norris back on track. A huge start in last night's ball game. But Chris Tillman and Jimenez, they have really been the most inconsistent starters, and it's all about command right now. Both of them, their walk rates are high. They're giving teams extra opportunities, too many. Chris Tillman really struggling the first couple innings. I think the Orioles hoping that Jimenez has a year like last year. It was a rough first half. Second half was one of the best pitchers, if not the best pitchers in the game. Chris Tillman also much better in the second half of last season. We'll show you Chris Tillman's numbers when we come back, and we'll be ready to go with the first pitch for Game 2. It's the Red Sox and the Orioles coming up from Camden Yards when we return. Orioles baseball on Masson is brought to you by Southwest Airlines. Find Southwest Airlines fares online only at southwest.com. And by Navy Federal Credit Union, 4 million members, 4 million stories. Navy Federal Credit Union. Overcast skies, thunderstorms around in the area tonight. Our train game time temperature 80 degrees. Humidity is up there, and a little breeze right now blowing from right to left. Visit trainsearch.com to find your local train comfort specialist dealer. It's hard to stop a train, really hard. Here's the lineup for the Red Sox tonight. Holt, Bogarts, and Pedroia, Ortiz, Napoli, and Nava. Pierzynski's back in, didn't play last night. Sizemore and Herrera at Camden Yards. Pierzynski some big numbers.
And here's a look at Chris Tillman's pitch arsenal this season. That fastball at 51%, breaking ball 37%, and the changeup at 12%. It is a big breaking ball, and he really needs to get that over early. Actually, all of his pitches. It's been an issue this season with inconsistent command of the baseball, falling behind, especially early in games. There's a look at his numbers this season. 5-2 record, 5.20 earned run average, 55 punch-outs, and the 32 walks. Opponents hitting 264, lefties up to 281, and the righties at 244.
Brock Holt will lead it off. Moved into the outfield and the leadoff spot where he has done extremely well. He's got a 9-game hit streak coming in. One of the few Red Sox putting up some big numbers with that .339 average, a home run, and 13 RBIs. He had a 1 for 3 in the ball game last night. Thunder bumper's real close as a little thunder takes place for the first batter. 1 ball, 1 strike count.
Now this humid air and the thunderstorms around the area, Chris Tillman's got to keep the ball down in the zone because the ball flies when the humidity picks up here.
That'll be to first base. Diving, it's under the glove of Davis. So he's done it again. Holt's becoming like Markakis, first time up, a base hit.
Well, let's take a look at the defense behind Chris Tillman tonight, and it's brought to you by Chevrolet. Nelson Cruz over in left field. David Lowe making his 2nd consecutive start in center. Markakis over in right field. Hardy and Flaherty up the middle. Machado and Davis on the corners with Caleb Joseph behind the plate.
Manny Ramirez at third base again with a 5-game Manny Machado rather, with the announcement today that the 5-game suspension was imposed. It's on appeal, and while it's on appeal, you play. Here is Bogarts. Runner on to first base, and first ball hitting again. It'll go to right field. Nick Markakis is there, and Nick will put it away. Bogarts is retired. 0 for 4 in the ball game last night. Holt led off with a single in the ball game last night and ended up stranded in the first inning. The Red Sox were a team in a hurry last night. They played the Sunday night game. They got into Baltimore late, and they looked like it. I mean, I don't mean that negatively. They just did. They took a lot of swings at first balls, and Bud Norris was more than happy to supply them with the strikes and let them go at it. They weren't doing what you normally see this team do, and that's work pitchers deep into counts or even try. Pitch will be taken by Pedroia. Pedroia, a .313 lifetime average off Chris Tillman, one of the better averages in the lineup against the Orioles starter.
Well, you know, this offense in last night's ball game that you mentioned, Bud Norris, he was aggressive all night in the strike zone. I mean, they couldn't help but swing. They didn't want to fall behind.
That'll go. Second, short, first. Flaherty to Hardy to Davis, and that'll be that. No runs on 1 hit and no errors, and nobody left on base. The Orioles lineup coming up. second largest city in Maryland, founded 1745. Civil War midway point between Antietam and Gettysburg, and became a hospital area during the Civil War. Ranked 18th by American Style magazine for a small art city. Great fine arts centers. Great to have you with us, all part of Birdland. Starting lineup brought to you by Southwest Airlines. Online you'll find the fares at southwest.com. Marquez, Machado, and Jones, Davis, Cruz, and Hardy. Low, Joseph, and Flaherty, and Adam Jones exploding in June.
And here's a look at the pitch arsenal of Brandon Workman this season. That fastball at 63%, breaking ball 28%, and the changeup at 9%. Throws a cutter off his fastball. May look like a slider. Good sweeping action. And he started 3 games this year. He's come out of the bullpen 3 times. He's put up better numbers coming out of the pen. Still trying to find that rhythm as a starter. He's a starter down in the minor leagues. He's been up and down the last couple of years. Opponents hitting just .215 though overall. Lefties .225 and the righties at .205.
And Workman is ready to go. And the right-hander's delivery will be taken outside by Nick Markakis. 14-game hit streak for Nick. 2 for 4 last night, and as he's been doing so frequently, he led off the ball game with a base hit in the first inning. Would follow it up with a 2-run homer in the 5th. Markakis shoots it for the hole that time. Bogarts had it covered, and Markakis is retired.
And take a look at this Red Sox defense tonight. Behind Workman, Holt, Sizemore, and Nava in the outfield. Herrera and Pedroia up the middle. Bogarts over at third, Napoli at first, and the veteran catcher A.J. Przynski behind the plate.
1 down, and that'll bring up Manny Machado. Machado had an 0 for 4 in the ballgame last night. He is 0 for his last 11. Orioles now 5-3 here in the month of June. They are 32-30 on the year. And the pitch taken for a strike. The Orioles remain 5.5 games behind the league leading Jays. The Yankees are a game behind the Orioles. Red Sox 10 games out, and Tampa Bay 15 games behind. 0-1 delivery, and that one gonna miss a little bit inside, maybe. 1-1.
Taking a look at Workman's fastball. It's not bad, 89-93. That little 2-seamer has a little tail sink action. That was the last pitch there to Machado.
And he lifts that one in the air to center field. Sizemore will back up on it and make the catch. 2 down. Manny Machado to straightaway center on that one, deepest part of the yard.
And a little cutter out over, and I think just taking off enough velocity to get Manny out in front, and really couldn't get behind that baseball. A little leak there. He hit it hard though.
So 2 down here in the first inning. That will bring up Adam Jones. He is DHing for the second night in a row, and the 3rd time on the year. So Adam did a good job. He's kind of liked apparently that DH role. At least the numbers say he does. He's 5 for 8 with a homer and 2 RBIs as a DH this year. 2 down, nobody on. Workman's delivery to him inside. Reason he's not playing center, and Buck Showalter said he should be in the ball game tomorrow. Leg problems, a little bit sore, specifically in a heel, which is troubling him a little bit. So he's DHing. 1-0 delivery. Buck made a good point today before the game. He said he didn't exactly help his cause, trying to get him off the field so he could rest the legs a little bit. He ends up going 3 for 4 in the ball game and circling the bases.
Well, that's what he's been doing ever since the month of June started. I mean, the guy has been on fire, always on base, hitting the ball all over the park.
2-0 count on him. They give him the middle. He'll hit it the other way. The flip early to Workman from Napoli, and that'll do it. So both pitchers start out facing only 3 in the first inning. We'll go to the second. Ortiz will be leading it off. and are deep inside the numbers.
Yeah, the early inning struggles. Innings 1 and 2, that 10.50 earned run average. Opponents hitting the 358, 6.75 base on balls per 9 average, and almost 2 home runs per 9 there in inning 1 through 2. But 3 and on, boy, does he settle in and gets on cruise control. 2.49 earned run average, 2.06 opponent batting average. The base on balls comes down, and so do the home runs. So crucial here that Tillman makes it through this second inning and tries to settle in. It's all about getting his rhythm
of the rain, which is coming down. Ortiz goes after the first pitch. He takes it to left. Cruz is there. It's raining hard all of a sudden. So Ortiz is retired. One away here in the second inning. Celebrate summer at Oriole Park. Reserve your Birdland Summer 6-pack. Tickets to 6 games of your choice. Remainder of the seasons, 20% off the price of single tickets. You can lock in the best games, best promotions, and save at Orioles.com/6-pack or 888-848-BIRD. Home plate umpire is a crew chief, Brian Gorman. There were thunderstorms all around the area most of the day, and it did not rain prior to the ball game. They got in, both teams got in their BP and work on the field, but right now it's pouring.
Those are really large raindrops too.
Those are very large raindrops. I mean, it is coming down. Here is Napoli, and he will take the pitch. Oh my gosh. Napoli will have to stop right there. Brian Gorman will say, bring it on. So we will get a rain delay, just way too hard. Grounds crew will have to hustle out. This is a tough one.
Yeah, typically when the grounds crew realize there's going to be some rain that's going to stick around for a while, they'll be on that tarp. Well, I think they think this one is going to move through quickly.
And we'll see the umpires getting a report right there as Cole will let them know what's going on. Well, they stand out there and get soaked. The other umpires say, you know, Brian, you're the crew chief. You take care of it. We're going to go in. So hopefully this will be just a quick one. This is not exactly going to help the cause as far as Chris Tillman is concerned. He'd gotten through that first inning in a hurry, and the second inning, both the first and second innings, 14 runs in each of those innings on the year against Tillman. That's an amazingly large number.
It really is. The 28 earned runs in innings 1 and 2. I mean, and it's, I was mentioning his rhythm. It's about his delivery, finding a consistent flow to that delivery, and I really think that's what's led to the inconsistencies with his command. Just fighting through that. It seems like every game here recently, you saw the walk rates are kind of up for Chris Tillman. He's just trying to find that release point, and it's just a combination of the leg sliding forward too soon, just finding the release point out in front. But when he's on, we've seen how good he can be. I mean, he's had a lot of games where he's gotten deep into ball games. He's had a complete game shutout this season, so it is there. It's just finding it and then locking into it.
Well, we'll see whether or not he can get that done here tonight. This is a Red Sox team that's ready to be had, and I just say that as a fan looking at the game and watching it. I mean, this ball club is struggling. They've gone through long losing streaks, then they win 4 or 5, and then they go back and lose 5 or 6 or 7. And that's kind of been their MO for the year. Their players are not living up to the standards that they're used to, with career averages not being reached by most of them. You get a team like that coming in like this, Mike, and they're a division opponent. You really want to buckle down and put away the W's here, because the next time you see them, they may not be feeling that way.
Well, that's right. I mean, when you get a team down, I mean, every team realizes this. You got to stay on top of them. Scoring early is a huge factor in getting teams that are down to keep them down throughout a series, and the Orioles did that in last night's ball game. They're hoping to do that again in this ball game. So yeah, the Red Sox are kind of in turmoil right now, not being able to find any kind of pattern. Both offensively, they're struggling. They've had some injuries to the rotation. They've called up some minor league guys, and just trying to settle in. And while they're fighting through that, opposing teams like the Orioles really have to take advantage of that.
This is the time to do it. Buck Showalter keeps talking about the separation, and separation is about getting some distance between yourselves and the others while you're trying to gain some ground on that team in first place. You also want to put some distance between you and the teams behind you. Ground crew is going to stand out there because the rain is letting up a little bit, so we'll take a break, see what the situation is, and be right back. and we will go back to the at bat of Napoli. Mike Napoli will stand in. Napoli with a 1-0 count on him, 1 down. Ortiz started the inning by flying out to left field. Napoli just getting back, 3rd game back after he had an injured finger that kept him out 2 weeks. And Napoli will take it up high for a ball. So Chris Tillman back at work on the mound, went out, threw on the mound, checked where they put the drying agent with a landing spot in particular. For Napoli, 5 for 18, lifetime off Tillman. 2-0 delivery, and that will be taken outside for a ball 3, and the count goes to 3-0 with Nava waiting on deck. Brian Gorman, home plate umpire, one of the great veterans, tends to favor the pitchers rather significantly. So the hitters have to come up there ready to go. And Napoli will draw the walk. So after the rain delay, there's the first walk of the ball game. Tillman came into today's play 7th in most walks surrendered by American League pitchers. That'll be his 33rd in 72 innings.
Yeah, he's been struggling, giving up the walks, especially early in ball games. You see, he just yanked a couple pitches away. I think Buck Showalter hit the nail on the head. Be in attack mode. Trust your stuff. And don't be afraid about getting hit. Keep it down in the zone, or just attack over the plate.
That is in there for a strike. Nava, as you saw the numbers, nowhere near what they hoped he would be doing offensively with that 174 batting average. Couple of home runs, three RBIs. Whoa.
Yeah.
Nava had a 1 for 2 in the ball game last night. Short lead at first for Napoli. And that pitch will be taken up high. A 1-ball, 1-strike count. Well, we'll see. Even though it was only a 15-minute rain delay, whether or not that has an impact. Chris Tillman having to go over there and sit. 1-ball, 1-strike count on Nava. Everybody straight up on the right fielder of the Red Sox. And Tillman's pitch is way up high. And the count goes to 2-1. Tillman has been a ground ball, fly ball pitcher this season. 40% of the balls off the bats of opponents have been ground balls. So you got 60 in the air. I looked to see today. We tell you the ground ball numbers. The average in the American League is 45% ground balls. That's the average for pitchers in the American League. And as we said before, the Orioles have a starting rotation that's a fly ball pitching rotation. 3-ball, 1-strike count. Brzezinski waiting on deck. Napoli just a couple of steps off the bag at first. Here's the 3-1 delivery to him, and that'll be popped up in the air. Machado may have a play over there, and not quite. Too many rows back. Count full, 3-2.
Well, good job getting over there, finding the wall just in case.
Red Sox team, we talked about the fact they've got individuals struggling. Obviously, that adds up for John Farrell's ball club. 12th in average, 12th in runs, and 13th in home runs. They've lived off their pitching, which is 5th in ERA, especially their bullpen, which is 3rd best. Nava 3-2. Runner not going. Nava rips that. Is it going to stay fair? And it is a foul ball into the corner. Got around on that one, and that will send Joseph out to the mound to talk to Tillman.
Yeah, well, steady diet of fastballs, trying to find the strike zone, and Nava just says, heck with it. He sold out on a fastball, but a little too aggressive. He got that bat hat out in front too early. Hit it hard, but just foul.
This will be the 7th pitch of this at bat. I think he was looking at the Red Sox yearbook.
Oh yeah,
it's had some numbers on it. Buck Showalter must have wanted. 3-ball, 2-strike count. Runner didn't go last time, won't go here. That's going to go to right, but right at Markakis, who's playing in that gap. Nava's retired, 2 down.
Well, you need those sometimes, those atom balls. I mean, Nava squared up a couple balls, 1 foul, that one right at Markakis, but that'll help Tillman out a little bit. We'll
bring up A.J. Pierzynski. Pierzynski did not start in the ball game, but he's been the regular catcher, the veteran. Pierzynski, as we showed you, has those Great numbers here at Camden Yards, and he's having a good year. It's a good 273 batting average. And the pitch is taken for a strike. Pierzynski, a .337 lifetime hitter here in this ballpark, and he has 5 home runs. 0-1 count with 2 down. Caleb Joseph looking over into the dugout with that runner on at first base. That's going to be a base hit into left field. Cruz on that wet grass will make sure. Napoli will stop at second base. Pierzynski on, 2 down. Text Masson's word of the day, backstop, to 29292 for your chance to win a meet and greet with Chris Davis. Presented by Outback Steakhouse. Try the new Moonshine Barbecue. Neither team had a base hit with a runner in scoring position last night in the Orioles' 4-0 win. Red Sox were 0 for 5. They left 5 on base. The Orioles were 0 for 3. They left 4. Orioles, of course, used the long ball for the home runs last night, 3 of them. And that will be inside for a ball. Here is Sizemore.
Well, looks like Caleb Joseph really sticking with that fastball, trying to get him to throw it for strikes. But he's got to work that ball down in the zone. A lot of elevated fastballs here early on.
Fouled hard back. Fans can't decide whether to come down and sit down or stand up and walk back and get underneath the overhang. It rains, stops, rains, stops. Well, the fans like a yo-yo going back and forth here in and out of their seats. Those are the ones lucky enough to be under, and they're not. 1 ball, 1 strike. Delivery on the way up high. It's got to be a little slippery. Tillman wants a new baseball. 2-1. Water starting to show up on the field a little bit, especially out by second base.
Yeah, it's coming down hard again.
2-1. Runners off first and second. Sizemore will take it inside. And the count goes to 3 balls and 1 strike. And not only is it coming down hard, but there's enough breeze to kind of blow it around. It's muddy. You see Tillman's feet out there on the mound. Here's the 3-1 delivery, and he walked him in there loaded. A tough call for Brian Gorman. I mean, the first rule, of course, is any chance the player could be injured, you stop the ball game if the conditions are such. But when you got a night like this where it's on and off and coming in and out,
yeah,
it's tough. Well, first big moment of the ball game right here. 2 walks in the inning and a single. Bases loaded, 2 down. And Jonathan Herrera will stand in. Herrera, the switch hitting shortstop, batting 9th in the lineup tonight. Pitch will be taken up high for a ball. Drew is out of there with an oblique problem. They don't think it's serious. He said yesterday he thought a couple of days and he'd be back playing short, meaning tomorrow. And we'll see. 1-0 count. And that'll be on the inside corner for a strike.
Well, losing the fastball up in the zone, so Caleb calls a changeup. Just to get one over the plate. And a good pitch. You really got to get out in front. Keep that changeup down. He did that there. Maybe it'll translate with his fastball.
Herrera hitting .286 right, only .216 left-handed. Utility player filling in for Drew. Dave Wallace obviously real concerned here as he watches that weather, and Tillman trying to deal with it. Napoli, Pierzynski, Sizemore the runners. 2-1 delivery and a swing and a miss. He was late on that one.
Well, another changeup here kind of fooled him. Look at the pitches though on the pitch track. Everything up in the zone. Herrera helps him out. Chasing one up and away.
2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Infield back. Herrera swings and misses. Tillman with his first strikeout at a most opportune time. No runs, 1 hit, no errors. The bases are left loaded. Davis, Cruz, and Hardy due up. Stewartstown, PA has won 500 for being selected. You get 500 more for every Orioles home run hit tonight. Play the Orioles scratch off from the Maryland Lottery for your chance to be a contestant of the game. Win a trip to see the O's play at Wrigley or the MLB World Series. Learn more at mdlottery.com/Orioles. Drawing agent being put out on the field while the Red Sox starter Brandon Workman completes his warm-ups. Talking about the veteran behind the plate, Brian Gorman, in the strike zone that favors pitchers. He's been in the business 22 years. He's already umpired in 3 World Series that he's done. He's got a close connection. He's out of the University of Delaware, where he got his degree. And Brian's been one of the great veterans in blue for those 22 years from a family of those who have done so. Chris Davis will lead it off against Workman. The big shift put on, but not nearly as deep. With this field slowed down, ground balls are going to be a lot slower. Now, with the bunt single he got last night, Bogarts is playing just off the grass at short.
How about that? Well, now he's starting to move over a little bit, but yeah, in tight. It just takes one time to get into an opposing team's defense.
I asked Chris today, I said, do you think you ever bunted in your life before? He said, when I was a kid. He said, because I grew up, we had to be fundamentally sound, and he smiled. So we were taught to do everything, and one of those things was bunting. So he says, as a kid, I used to bunt. I mean, it is just pouring. 0-2 the count. Davis will take it up high for a ball. Oh, mercy. And you see the catcher, Krasinski's turning around to talk to the home plate umpire, because there's nobody wanting to be out there right now.
Yeah, that's tough.
Workman's delivery on the way. Off-speed pitch is in there for a strike, and Davis is retired, and he takes a phantom swing. What's that?
A slow breaking ball from Workman. Now, we talked about his fastball, but here just gearing back, and look at it drop in there. But Davis doesn't think it's a strike, and pitch track shows just off the plate.
So we have had one 15-minute delay. Now we're going to get another. It's just impossible to play with this rain coming down this hard. So it'll take a little longer. This is not going to be a night the grounds crew is going to love. The infield now has got standing water. That's how hard it was raining. You don't see that very often, and that'll take some time. And now it'll be a question of how long and where. What does the weatherman say about where these showers are coming from and how many more? Nicole McFadden, the head groundskeeper here, has been out talking to Brian Gorman between innings. She's out there on the field now as they try and get this tarp put on. She, in fact, is going to join in the tug of war. These are the nights you do not want to be a member of the grounds crew, much less the head groundskeeper.
Right.
All right, we'll take a break. Our second rain delay here at Camden Yards. No score in the ball game in the bottom of the second inning. we'll see. There he is out on the mound. So he's taking his warm-up tosses on the mound. The Orioles will have their whoever's going to come on to pitch, we suppose, out in the bullpen, unless it's Chris Tillman and he's throwing underneath and has decided to leave it at that. But in any event, that's where we are right now. So a delay extensive here in game 2 of this 3-game set. The Orioles came away with a victory in the opener last night, 4-0. The Orioles picking up their 4th shutout of the season. The Red Sox being shut out for the 5th time this year. These two ball clubs are going to play here again tomorrow night in this 3-game set. Tomorrow it'll be for the Orioles, Wei-Yin Chen, the left-hander, against right-hander Ruby De La Rosa. Chen coming in with a fine 6-2 mark. De La Rosa's 1-1, but with a sparkling 2.84 ERA so far. They'll be opposing one another in game 3 tomorrow. This is the way the series looks on the year. 4-4. Batting average almost exactly the same. So are the runs, so are the home runs, and not much of a difference in the ERA, with the Orioles having a slight advantage there. So the numbers show you a 4-4 split.
Yeah, played pretty evenly this year, but I'll tell you what, the Orioles have had the Red Sox number over the last 3 years, so pretty confident against this Red Sox team.
Well, we are ready to go. Nelson Cruz will step in. Chris Davis, in the driving rain, stuck out, and we're not sure on the last pitch thrown to him he ever saw it. He gave it a phantom swing after the catcher was throwing it around, and we are back in play. Pitch will miss outside, and Cruz begins his at-bat. A 1-0 count. Nelson with an 0 for 3 in the ball game last night. Most of the Orioles have had 1 or 2 at-bats at most against Workman, so they are looking at a pitcher who they don't know a whole lot about, except from the video and from the scouting reports. 1 ball, 1 strike count. Workman's delivery. Cruz will take it. And did he go? No. Tony Randazzo down at first base.
More of a slider here. Some late tilt on the end, and Nelson Cruz holds up on a tough pitch.
So Workman coming back here after retiring the side in order in the 1st inning and getting the first out here in the 2nd. That was an hour and 18 minutes ago. That'll go to center field. It's not deep. Long run in the slide on the wet grass by Sizemore to put it away, and Cruz is retired.
Pretty nice running play here. Cruz getting jammed a little bit. And Sizemore has to show his athleticism. A little snow cone catch on the slide.
2 down in the inning.
And the head's moving all around. Then you got to slide, and look at it. Right there hanging on. Immediately tries to turn that glove over to contain that baseball.
Here is J.J. Hardy. There is Tillman back in the dugout. So he may very well be going out on the mound because there's nobody throwing in the bullpen. A 1-0 count. Hardy 0 for 3 in the ball game last night. He's not had a hit in his last 10 at-bats. J.J. against Workman, and the pitch will be taken inside for a ball. So the Orioles hoping to gain some ground tonight. They'll know as Minnesota's beating Toronto 4-0 in the 6th inning of their ball game. Toronto, the team the Orioles are chasing, 5.5 behind, and Toronto, of course, is coming in for a big 4-game series in this homestand. Here's the 2-0 delivery, and off the bat, shattered it. It'll go to short, not hit hard. Herrera makes the play, and Hardy is retired. So after the rain delay, a couple of quick outs, 1, 2, 3, 6 in a row retired by Workman. Tillman going to the mound. James Nagel, 2001 graduate of Mount St. Josh High School in Baltimore, 2 years Operation Iraq Freedom with the Bridge Company B of the 6th Marine Corps Engineering Support Battalion. During the worst sandstorm in 20 years, he was involved in the Marines constructing the longest fuel line in the history of the Marine Corps. He held the rank of corporal. The United States Marine Corps resides in Towson, and he attends now Towson University, recognized with a standing ovation between innings.
A long-standing ovation, well-deserved.
And back home. So the Orioles and Red Sox in the 3rd inning. As the leadoff batter Holt will face Tillman. Tillman has walked 2, struck out 1, gave up 2 walks and a single in that second. A leadoff single to Holt in the 1st inning. Holt now with a 10-game hit streak and a couple of hits in 4 at-bats in this series. He's hitting .412 against the Orioles this season in the 8 games they've played coming into this one. And a 2-0 count. Already a victory this season for Tillman, 1-0 against Boston.
Yeah, this Holt's really become a spark plug at the top of the batting order for the Red Sox. They've been in search of some offense. Holt not a power guy, but certainly has this ability to get on base. And we talked about his hitting streak. And John Farrell loving that this month. Look at that, .417 batting average.
Here's the 2-1 delivery to Holt, and you will foul it away. Chris Tillman in the other start against Boston on April 18 got the win. 3 runs, 7 hits, 5 innings. He struck out 5 and walked 4 in that ball game, and he threw 125 pitches in that game. He has a 5-2 record lifetime against the Red Sox, and that's up the middle and a base hit. Even with the shift on that time, could not get to it, and Holt continues hot, 2 for 2 in the ball game. Our Jeep inside the numbers, taking a look at that roller coaster.
Yeah, up and down all season through April 25th. That .487 earned run average was 13th, but then they got on a nice streak. April 26th through May 17th at .294. That was 2nd in the AL. Then another drop off. May 18th through the 28th, 8.06. That was last in the American League, and now settling in pretty good at .375. That's 4th in the American League. So more consistency. Hopefully they can just ride this out, let it plane off, and be more consistent for the rest of the way.
Here is Bogaerts. He flied out to center field his first time up. The rookie right now with he is 8th in strikeouts in the American League coming into today's play, but one of the bright stars for the Red Sox in Major League Baseball for the future. Bogaerts now back at the position where they want him at third base. Stephen Drew finally signed, came back playing at shortstop. That got Bogaerts back to third, and they're going to leave him there. They're playing Herrera at shortstop in the first 2 games of this series, while Drew is out with that oblique problem, which he hopes will be no long-standing problem, and would like to be back in the ball game tomorrow.
Well, Bogaerts a very talented young player. Take a look at his average though. Bases empty, .326. Runners on, starts going down, .231, and with runners in scoring position way down to .161. And that .161 is 154th. So I think just a young player, only 21 years old, so trying to deal with those pressure situations.
This will go to short. Hardy is under it, and he will put it away. And 1 down. Tomorrow when the Birds take on the Red Sox, all fans are going to get an Oriole Way t-shirt. Don't miss this great new design. Several popular fan rally cries, images, and moments from the 60-year history. You can celebrate the Oriole Way. Tributes to Wild Bill, the Why Not team, Oriole Magic, and the Buckle Up Birds. Get your tickets at Orioles.com or 888-848-BIRD. Dustin Pedroia hit into a double play his first time up. Hard in the first inning, it singled. Bogaerts flied out, and then Pedroia the double play, and Tillman faced only the 3 hitters in the first. Tillman with a runner on and 1 down gets the strike into Dustin Pedroia. Pedroia with that big .313 average lifetime off Chris Tillman. Short lead at first for Holt. Great job of the grounds crew getting the field back in shape, but there was a lot of water. They really had to remake the entire infield, and have done so with that drying agent. 0-1 the count. There you see it.
Yeah, they remade it tonight, and they're going to have to remake it again tomorrow. Scrape all that off and put new surface on.
0-1. Pedroia with that big cut fouls it right straight back. We're talking about the Orioles rotation. For the moment, at least, it's set because the next 5 are up. Wei and Chen will go tomorrow, and then with Toronto, the 4-game series against Toronto, Kevin Gausman will open. Ubaldo Jimenez game 2, Bud Norris game 3, and Chris Tillman game 4. So there are your 5 starters right now: Chen, Gausman, Jimenez, Norris, and Tillman for the Orioles. Outside, what a stop. Little knee walking done right there by Joseph.
Yeah, boy, you got to be prepared for this. I mean, first curveball Tillman's thrown, or second, and Caleb Joseph showing his athleticism as he slides out and comes up with a big stop. Ends up in his glove, but nice job moving his feet.
Pedroia now with a 1-ball 2-strike count. At first base, Holt not going. Pedroia in the air to left field. Cruz turns and makes the catch. Holt goes back to first, and there are 2 down.
Well, I like the call doubling up with the curveball. Really spiked the first one, made the adjustment, ended up in the zone, and Pedroia put a good swing on it. But hey, try to establish that pitch. It's going to end up coming up big for him as this game progresses. And make sure you have a feel for it.
We'll bring up David Ortiz, the DH. He flied out to left field his first time up, 0 for 5 in the first 2. Flaherty deep at second base as the Orioles adjust their defense here with 2 down. Ortiz now 445 career homers, so he is 4 shy of moving into a 3-way tie for 36th on the all-time list. He would be tied with Jeff Bagwell and Vladimir Guerrero when he reaches that next third home run that he picks up. And has come back with a pretty good vengeance here as far as his offense is concerned. 1-0 count, and the pitch is taken away and up high. He has really struggled against Chris Tillman. Only 2 hits in 20 at-bats. Lifetime off Tillman.
Well, Chris isn't easy. I mean, he's a tough pitcher. So tall. I mean, a lot of his elevated fastballs have that extra life on them at the end.
2-0 pitch to him, and that is there for a strike at 82.
He's got command of his changeup, and that's a big pitch, working off his fastball. Good location. Got to keep it away. Chris Tillman getting the call there, but he's shown that he can throw that for strikes.
Ortiz waiting on a 2-1. Oh, and that's a strike. He did not call for timeout. He turned away as something apparently went in his eye, and he never asked. He just jumped out of the batter's box, so it's a 2-ball 2-strike count.
Yeah, I mean, it was quick. Something jumped in there and didn't affect Tillman, though, able to pick up that strike.
Trainer's going to come out to have a look here. May have been I don't know if he wears contacts or if it was just a bug flew in. But whatever it was, it happened in a hurry and he couldn't see and did what you got to do, and that's get out of there.
Yeah, heck yeah. Oh, good for Chris Tillman, able to pick up that second strike. Bad for David Ortiz. Didn't have an opportunity.
If you're Tillman, if there's no sign, and even if there is, if there's any doubt, go ahead and throw the pitch.
Yeah.
The worst that can happen is it doesn't count.
Right.
So Tillman, 2 balls, 2 strikes on Ortiz. 14th career start, and the 3rd this year against the Red Sox. 5-2 overall record and a big 2.86 ERA against Boston. Here's the 2-2 delivery on the way. When I say big, I mean exceptionally good. He's had really his career against Boston. His numbers are as good, are better than against any other opponent.
Yeah, which is huge. I mean, Red Sox have been such a quality team here in the past few years, and to have a starter pitch as well as Chris Tillman has against him, you know, he's got to be riding that confidence coming into this game.
Runner goes on the 3-2. That's the third walk surrendered by Tillman, and the Red Sox, for the second inning in a row, will have runners on at first and second base with 2 down. This time it will be Napoli. Herrera had the first chance in that second inning and struck out with 2 on. So Boston 0 for 1 with runners in scoring position and 0 for 6 in the first 2 games. Napoli, he drew a walk his first time to the plate. 2 on, 2 down. In there for a strike to him. Napoli's hitting only 170 with runners in scoring position. His problems have been on the road, hitting .216 on the road and 100 points higher at Fenway. 0-1 delivery by Tillman. They'll just miss outside. The Red Sox are nowhere near what they did last year with runners in scoring position. They're 12th this year, hitting .237. John Farrell's ball club struggling in that department, and you need some good numbers, obviously, to win games when you get people to second or third. 1-1 delivery, fastball he looked at up high.
Well, Chris got himself into some trouble in the second inning with a couple walks. Here the walk to David Ortiz, and look at second inning 24. Here up to 22, 52 already. Now that's the kind of stuff that's hurt Chris in some recent starts, some early exits where the pinch count's gotten up and the walks have led to some early runs.
Got him to go after one on a big cut. May or may not have been a strike, but it's 2-2.
Well, another good changeup. He's thrown some good ones. Able to get Napoli on it. Some late movement, 82 miles an hour.
Holt on at second base. Ortiz on at first. Infield, not in a full shift, but moved around, playing him to pull. Tillman with a 2-2 delivery, and that's fought off the other way.
A lot of Chris's fastballs are staying up in the zone. It'd be much more effective if he can prove he can throw it down. And then these guys will try to see him up, and that's when you're going to get a lot more chases up and out. But consistently throwing to the top of the zone with his fastball right now.
Here's the 2-2 delivery again and again. It will be fought off. So a good battle here as Napoli holds that count at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Scoreless ball game. Delayed for an hour and 18 minutes in our second rain delay. 15 minutes first rain delay. That's why we are only in the third inning. And the reason for that is we played a game last night that lasted 2 hours and 21 minutes. You pay for those. Again, Tillman, the 2-2 pitch. And that ball is going to go to right. Marquez coming, won't get it. It'll fall in. Holt's going to score with the runners going. Ortiz will stop at second base. So Napoli delivers the 2-out base hit, and the Red Sox are on the board.
Well, Chris Tillman made a good pitch with his fastball, the pitch before this, but once again, right back up to the top of the zone. Napoli able to get to it and pick up that base hit. He didn't hit it hard, but a good secondary lead from Holt. He's off and running on the swing, able to score easily.
So the Red Sox, with the 24th RBI by Napoli, take the lead. Ortiz stopping at second. That'll bring up Nava. Nava flied out to right field his first time up. And again, Tillman really struggling trying to get the ball down. That was way up high.
Yeah, it seems like it's been a consistent pattern here for Chris Tillman, that inability to make that adjustment in game to drive that ball down.
Ortiz, big lead at second. 1-0 pitch, a fastball. That's going to be in there for a strike. With David Ortiz, the lead runner, even on a base hit. Outfielders know, get that ball back in a hurry, because slow runner at second. If you do feel the earth move, it's because Ortiz is taking off for third. 1 ball, 1 strike delivery on the way, and that's going to be pushed into the seats, foul.
Boy, that was a good breaking ball right there from Chris Tillman. Best one in this ball game. Hung up there and just had some late bite action. Actually almost fooled Caleb Joseph, it looked like. Good pitch. You see the pitch track showing it down and away, so it ended up in a great location.
This next pitch is going to be the 30th of the inning. 1 ball, 2 strike count. Again ahead of the hitter. Nava again will fight it off. Holds the count at 1-2. Nava, too, the struggles we pointed out with that 172 batting average and 133 with runners in scoring position. He's not had as many bats in this situation as many of his teammates, because he has been sent down a couple of times to try and work things out at AAA with his swing. Here's the 1-2 delivery. Nava couldn't hold up, and he's gone. So the strikeout will end the inning. 2 Ks for Tillman. A run in on a couple of hits, 2 left on base. The Red Sox lead. By University of Maryland University College, June 10, 2012. Orioles, their 9th straight extra inning win. Matt Wieters lines one RBI double in the 10th, 5-4 walk-off over Philadelphia here at Camden Yards. That streak of overtime victories, which included a 12-inning win the day before, broke the team's previous record of 8, which had been accomplished twice. And they continued on that road of winning the extra inning ball games last year. Matt Wieters still with the ball club. Dr. James Andrews, he will visit next Monday to check on that elbow. Meanwhile, he'll continue to throw every other day with the Orioles.
Boy, everybody keeping their fingers crossed about that one.
Yeah. Workman on the mound with a 1-0 lead, and David Lowe at the plate. Lowe, Joseph, and Flaherty due up. Lowe with an 0 for 3 in the opener last night. Pirates have taken another injury tonight. Francisco Liriano, their starting pitcher, came out in the 4th inning. Left side problem. Oblique. Here's the 1-0. Foul back. 1 ball, 1 strike count on Lowe. As Buck Showalter is prone to do, players like Lowe tend to get streaks of games. where they get to play, and if they're hitting, they continue to play. And Lowe's kind of found his bat. Bunting, beauty, slow grass. Even though the third baseman in, great play. That's Bogaerts, and that's a major league out.
Yeah, real nice play by the young infielder. He kind of gathered himself. He was playing in, and it was a nice bunt, though, by David Lowe. But Bogaerts doesn't panic. He gets his feet underneath him. It looked like an off-balance throw, but that is an athletic throw. I mean, gets his body under control and throws a strike on to first base. See him open up his hand, gets that whole ball, and then makes the adjustment on the fly to get a seam. Good balance. We've seen Manny Machado do that so many times. There's another good young player making a nice play at third.
Here's Caleb Joseph doing the catching tonight again. And Joseph, he had an 0 for 3 in the opener of the game last night, but continues to call a ball game that Mike Showalter really likes, and a very solid arm behind the plate. 16th start for Caleb Joseph catching for the Orioles.
Yeah, he's throwing the ball well. He's calling good games. He's quiet behind the plate, receiving the ball. I think pitchers really like to throw to him, and the fact that he's throwing base runners out is a huge plus for him. It's something he's worked so hard on in the minor leagues.
Workman got the fastball by him, and the count will go to 1-2.
Buck Showalter talks about the real good catchers tend to cheat with their feet. Their feet are almost set before they make that throw to second base. We talked about Matt Wieters, so good in the game at that. Well, Caleb Joseph has had the opportunity to see Matt catch.
Down to third, and this is going to be a Bogaerts inning, apparently. 2 down.
Well, sometimes third base just becomes a reaction position, and that's all this was here. I mean, Caleb Joseph hits a bullet down to third, and it is just a half step and dive, and almost got that ball behind him there. Another good play.
So Workman, with some defensive help at third, has 2 outs. Flaherty, the off-speed delivery, is in there for a strike to him. Flaherty hitting 9th in this game, a 2 for 3, a home run and an RBI. Ball game last night, so he's got 3 homers. 0-1 pitch to him. Workman gets it in, fouled off the other way.
Let's take a look at Ryan's home run last night. There's a look at the power zone, and this ball ends up in it. And Ryan Flaherty does not miss it. Great leverage, great extension, and able to hook that ball out over the right field wall.
Home runs have come here at Camden Yards, and the pitch will be taken away. 2 home runs, 10 RBIs now for the Orioles second baseman.
See the good numbers there. Ryan's last 8 games. Now it's been sporadic play, but 318, a couple home runs and the 4 RBI.
And that will be fouled off. Count stays at a ball and 2 strikes on Flaherty, trying to turn it over for Markakis at the top of the order. Big house on hand, and most stayed through that long rain delay. Catch game 2 of this 3-game set against the Red Sox. White Sox got rained out. Their game with Detroit postponed very early. Here's the 1-2 delivery on the way, and Flaherty in the off-speed pitch will be the second strikeout victim for Workman. So Workman has gone through the order, retiring all 9 faced. Thompson is brought to you by Southwest Airlines. Find Southwest Airlines fares online only at southwest.com. By visitannapolis.org. Find it here. And by AT&T, mobilizing your world. Important baseball information is always passed on during one of our rain delays. We informed Mike Bordick he once had 5 RBIs in 2 major league games. Mike did not recall either of those. Therefore, in order to jog his memory, we have the following. In 1997, August 2 against Oakland, 2 for 4, 5 RBIs. You had a 2 RBI homer and a 3 RBI single with the bases loaded. 1997. In 1999, you went 4 for 6, had 5 RBIs and 2 doubles. Who's he playing against? Tampa Bay.
Nice.
Yeah. 17-1 against Tampa Bay and 13-3 against Oakland. I mentioned that only because Mike said, being humble as he is, probably those came in blowouts.
Yeah, right.
Hey, I don't care. It's a major league game.
Right.
And you got him.
I will say this.
Yes.
I felt bad the other night.
That's going to be a base hit up the middle. All right. Why did you feel bad?
Well, the other night you were talking about hitting my batting average off left-handed pitchers. Yes. And I felt bad because those years in Baltimore were my best offensive years. And there was one guy to really thank for that, and that was hitting coach Terry Crowley. Helped me tremendously, and he's helped so many players in the Orioles organization. And he was the guy that really changed my whole offensive approach around, and that's the reason why I had 5 RBIs and hit 400 off lefties that year.
Because we were asking you to try and figure out how you got that average way up. Yeah. Why? Because it went extraordinarily high in that season. We were doing that in the context of the highest batting average against left-handers in a full season is Mike's number. Now Adam Jones is going to challenge that this year with the numbers he's putting up. Very good. Good against lefties. 5 RBI ball games.
Oh, yeah.
Not bad.
I had a few good days.
Yeah. Sizemore is going to get a base hit. Making the turn, Pierzynski will stay. Markakis up with it, and the first 2 are on here in the 4th inning for the Red Sox. Latest voting numbers for the All-Star game in: Nelson Cruz, Matt Wieters, Adam Jones closing in, maybe starting, Hardy, Davis, Machado, Markakis, all keeping things close as well. You can vote at Orioles.com/vote-orange. You could earn ticket discounts plus the chance to win an autographed All-Star game jersey. You can vote up to 35 times. So go to Orioles.com/vote-orange. Certainly deserving. Probably not.
He could heat up, though. I know he's a fan favorite. That monster year last year, and geez, he can hit home runs in the blink of an eye. So if he catches fire.
Going to play bunt. It is, and fouled off. Herrera, strikeout victim, his first time up. 2 on and nobody out. Red Sox have had somebody on in each inning. 6 hits now in the ball game off Tillman. See how John Farrell's going to play this. Pierzynski not particularly fast, the lead runner at second.
Yeah, and you got the corners in tight. Orioles are going to be aggressive here to try to cut that run down at third. J.J. Hardy over in the hole.
Davis really charging. They both are, and it is bunted foul. They were going to join Herrera in the batter's box from first and third.
Yeah, their goal here is to get that lead out at third base. Both Machado and Davis right on top of Herrera. J.J. Hardy standing on third base. That would have been an easy out if he puts that in play.
Pierzynski going back. Pierzynski's 2 for 2 in the ball game now. He's checking, see whether or not the bunt is still on here. Let's see if it is with 2 strikes. Trying to stay out of the double play, of course. It is not. Ball will be looped. Cruz has got a long way to go. Hardy out. Going to fall in. Force play at third base. Throw. And not in time. That's a tough one for Pierzynski to get there, but he did. So 3 singles in the inning.
Tough luck for Chris Tillman. A good breaking ball, but Herrera goes out and gets it. But what a great play by Nelson Cruz. Pierzynski has to kind of freeze halfway. Cruz faking him out, thinking he's got it on the fly, and then almost plays like an infielder. Picks the ball up on the hop Manny Machado down there acting like the first baseman. The good stretch. Brzezinski in there by a hair.
So another big moment in the ball game. Hottest hitter in the lineup, Brock Holt. 2 singles in the game, bases loaded, and nobody out. And Holt will take it for a strike. The Orioles will play in at third. Everybody else back at double play depth. And now Manny Machado checking on where they want him.
You want to give yourself as much room as possible. Holt's been spraying the ball all over the field.
0 for 2 with the bases loaded this year. Holt will foul that one away, and Tillman gets ahead of him, 2 strikes.
And you got to come up with a big payoff pitch. And Tillman in the past, some good swing and miss pitches. When his breaking ball is on, he can bury it down in the dirt. Might be a little risky, but Caleb Joseph's been moving around well back there.
2-strike count. Outfield is in a couple of steps all the way around just because it's Holt. Try and prevent one falling in front of him, and the pitch will be taken up high. Well, the Red Sox threatening, and they've been able to get people on base here in this ball game. Holt this year has been their best in these situations, hitting at .368 with runners in scoring position. Here's Zinski, Sizemore, Herrera, the base runners. 1-2 delivery, and he got him, and a big out on a swinging strike.
Good fastball there from Chris Tillman. Good velocity on the outside corner. A little bit of movement on the end. Velocity gets Holt. Maybe looking for something else. Falling behind to the 2 strikes.
So that will bring up the number 2 hitter, Bogaerts, who is 0 for 2. He has flied out and popped out. Bogaerts 0 for 3 with the bases loaded. Infield, everybody back. And the off-speed deliveries in there for a strike. And as was true with Bud Norris last night, the changeup becoming more and more of an important pitch as it was last night, so too tonight.
Yeah, he's thrown some good off-speed pitches in this ball game. I'd like to see his fastball command get a little bit better.
Here's the 0-1 pitch in the dirt. Joseph, an easy stop on that one. And a 1-ball, 1-strike count. Now, Bogaerts strikes out a lot. He is 8th in the league in strikeouts, so it's another batter where you got a chance of getting a K. Bogaerts, along with the 61 strikeouts, 26 walks. Tillman a look to third, the 1-1 delivery, and that'll be outside, 2-1.
Yanking that one across his body. The 1 ground ball out in this ball game, and it was a double play ball. I'd like to get one here, kind of save his pitch count, but he's got to execute the pitches down in the zone. See a couple bad misses in the second and third pitches.
2-1 delivery on the way. Bogaerts, that could be 2. Hardy's got it. There's 1. Relay Flaherty, and they get the double play. So that second ground ball went the same way as the first to turn 2. Bases loaded, nobody out. Sox don't score. Institute. From routine to the most specialized eye care, LifeBridge Health Trigger Eye Institute handles it all. Call 410-601-2020 for a same-day appointment.
Take a look. Red Sox tomorrow night. And the Blue Jays coming to town. They got a lot of good things working for them right now. Good starting pitching. And their offense has been explosive. Big-time power hitters. Encarnacion, of course, red hot this season. Batista, very dangerous hitter. Lowry's starting to heat up again. A lot of production there. Should be a great series.
Workman on the mound. The 25-year-old right-hander. No record. 4th start, 7th appearance of the year against the Orioles. He has 1 relief appearance this season, 2/3 of an inning back on April 3. Did not allow a run in 4 innings of work against the Orioles in his career. He's pitched 2 games here at Camden Yards. He's facing Nick Markakis. Markakis grounded out his first time up. Nick with a shift on at least partially against him. It's one of the other problems in talking about shifts is trying to figure out how to define them. Some are saying the only real shift is if that shortstop is on the other side of second. He's not here, but it certainly is a shift.
They're filling up all the holes.
Yeah.
You know, and that's where Markakis has been picking up his hits.
1-1 delivery and a slow roller. He slipped coming out of the box, so it'll be an easy play. And Workman will take it there himself for the out. When the Orioles win, everyone wins. And all season long, when the Orioles win and score 5 or more runs, you get 50% off regular menu price online orders at papajohns.com by entering promo code Orioles5. Better ingredients, better pizza, Papa John's. Valid at participating Baltimore area Papa John's. Toronto's getting shut out by Minnesota tonight, 4-0 in their ball game. Correa's given up no runs on 6 hits over 6. They're in the 8th inning. Happ got touched up for 3 runs on 6 hits in just 3 2/3. That'll be taken to center field. Sizemore right at him. Manny Machado's 0 for 2.
A couple hard hit balls to center field. Nothing to show for it.
Adam Jones coming up. He is grounded out in his only at bat.
Boy, he has been hot this month. Take a look at this pitch from Peavy. A hard slider down and away, and Adam Jones hammers it center field. You make mistakes, and that it wasn't really a mistake on the plate. You better get it off the plate and hope that Adam Jones is over aggressive, because on the plate he's as dangerous as they come right now in the game.
.304 batting average for Adam. Continues up there among the leaders. He's DHing again tonight with a sore legs, heel in particular. Expected to be back in center field for tomorrow's game. David Lowe getting the starts in center while he DHs. See the home runs by direction. What we've been talking about, center and right. Only 1 pulled to left. And the pitch will be taken inside, 2-0.
Well, Adam Jones talks about his offense a lot, and he knows that when he gets in trouble, he just gets in pull mode too much, and he's trying to hook everything and drive it over that left field wall where he's been working hard. You see Jim Presley there talking with Manny Machado. Adam Jones been working hard about staying to the middle of the field, backing pitches up. If he thinks hard to the middle, he'll be able to drive a fastball to right field and pull an off-speed pitch, and right now his game is right on time. You've seen him pull his hands inside to pick up some base hits up the middle, and just unbelievable power the other way.
He's got a 3-0 count here from Workman, and that's a strike on the inside corner. Orioles trying to catch up on the home games and take advantage of it. They've played 35 games on the road, while here at home only 27. They are 13-14 at home, trying to even that up. John Farrell's team on the road 13-18. 3-ball, 1-strike delivery by Workman. Jones, a major league pop-up. Pedroia's going back. He wants it, and he's got it. So 1, 2, 3 inning, and through 4, the Orioles have zeros on the board. She really doesn't care because she's going to have a good time. Okay, let it out. Come on, come on. fan photos for a chance to have it shown in a future broadcast brought to you by AT&T. Red Sox with the lead, picking up the RBI on Napoli's single in the third. Tillman back to the mound. Dustin Pedroia will lead it off here in the fifth inning. Pedroia's grounded out, flied out. Ortiz and then Napoli due up against the Orioles starter. And the pitch is a strike to Dustin Pedroia.
Well, Chris needs to have a quick inning here. His pitch count getting up. He's had to labor through the last 3 innings. He's pitched himself out of some tough jams. Only 1 run on the board.
Pitch is going to be down low.
The Red Sox offense really been putting some pressure on him.
Every inning, those tense pitches, pressure pitches, Mike's talking about the kind that Buck Showalter talks about. It's not just how many you throw, it's what's the situation. That'll go to short. Hardy on the rabbit hopper. Gets it. Our PNC minor league report is brought to you by PNC Bank. For the achiever in you,
Eduardo Rodriguez. Yeah, he is one of the top pitching prospects, left-hander. Let's take a look. He had a great game on Sunday. 6 1/3 innings pitched, 6 hits, a couple runs, both of them earned, but 5 strikeouts, 86 pitches, and 58 of them were strikes. This season, a little trouble there with that 1-3 record.
That'll go to first. Davis has got it. Tillman covers. Ortiz, who's been swinging at first pitches here in the first 2 games of this series, is 0 for 2 with a walk.
Man, nice to help Chris Tillman out. Nice to get a couple quick outs. But I want to talk a little bit more about Rodriguez. He is really a highly touted prospect. Very young pitcher right now. But he missed some time with a sprained knee. So he had a setback there. This is going to be his first year in Double-A, so kind of learning his way through. He's just 21 years old, so it's nice to see him getting back on track and putting a good start up there. I think you'll see this guy in the future. He's been to a couple big league camps, and Buck Showalter certainly knows all about him.
2 down here, nobody on. Napoli will take the pitch for a strike. Napoli a walk and an RBI base hit. The Red Sox hoping that with Napoli back in the lineup, Ortiz gets a little protection and that their DH may get better pitches to hit. Napoli has worked that spot behind Ortiz. That'll miss outside by a bit. Napoli now 6 hits in 19 at-bats lifetime off Tillman. Ortiz has been in a hurry in the at-bats here in the first 2 games. Obviously getting pitches he likes and going after him. Fouled off back underneath, and a 1-ball 2-strike count from Chris Tillman. Tillman, after his 6th win, he's 5-2, 5.20 ERA, 1-0 this year against Boston, and 5-2 lifetime. 26-year-old delivers 1-2 and up high.
I just lost that one. Lost the grip on the breaking ball. Isn't it kind of funny the year Chris Tillman is having? The 0-2 record here at Camden Yards, but his earned run average at .278, and on the road the 5 wins. That earned run average is 6.33. Getting a lot of run support on the road.
That one right into the shift. Flaherty was moved over behind the bag. Napoli grounds out. 3 ground ball outs here in the 5th inning. The Orioles, Davis, Cruz, and Hardy. They trail here at Camden Yards 1-0.
walks and a base hit. Tillman able to get himself out of a jam with the high fastball, striking out Herrera. Well, here it is again, the fourth. Bases loaded. He gets one of the hottest hitters in the game, Holt, and induces a 6-4-3 double play to get out of a couple big jams. Tillman still in this ball game. Here you see Workman, 4 strong innings, nothing on the board for him. Tillman, 7 hits, 3 strikeouts, and 3 walks in the ballgame. 86 pitches already for Chris. Remember, Geico, 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance.
From Memorial Stadium, the fair pole. And Davis would like to hit one off it. Chris Davis, the pitch up high, a strikeout victim his first time up in the driving rain. That was back in the second inning, just before the umpires had to get the tarp out on the field. Here's the 0-1 pitch by Workman, and that will just miss. 1 ball, 1 strike count. Chris Davis, a 1 for 5 so far in these 2 games. Chris this year hitting 154 against the Red Sox in the first 8 games. 1-1 delivery, and Workman dropped that one to an entirely new eye level, and the count's 1-2.
Yeah, one of his best breaking balls, 78 miles an hour though, and a late finish on the end to get Chris Davis. You see the pitch track, couple pitches up in the zone. On that one down, been able to change his velocities well.
Davis will take the fastball. It'll be up high. Workman retires 68% of leadoff batters. He has retired, obviously, all 4 so far in this game, since the Orioles haven't had anybody on base. He's got 2 strikeouts. Davis waiting on a 2-2, and Chris will become strikeout victim number 3.
Boy, pretty aggressive here with the fastball. I'm sure Chris Davis is going to look at this tape and say, oh my gosh, how did I miss that one? Pretty much center cut, mano a mano, and Davis just underneath it.
That will bring up Nelson Cruz. Nelson still leading in home runs with 21. That leads the majors. RBIs 55. That also leads the majors. He's got the #1 slugging percentage and second in extra base hits to Encarnacion. And the pitch will be taken up high for a ball.
And take a look at the most extra base hits this season. We just talked about the Blue Jays with Encarnacion at 38, Goldschmidt from Arizona 36, but Nelson Cruz 35 with the Orioles, having a very productive extra base hit year. Of course, the 21 home runs.
Stanton with Miami's got the National League lead in homers with 17 and RBIs with 53, both trailing Cruz. 2-0 count on Nelson. Brandon Workman with 1 away here in the 5th inning. Great location on that pitch.
Yeah, nice cutter there. Now he's used that quite a bit in this ball game. Take a look at the pitch track where it ends up right on the outside corner. You know, Workman, it's not just about his pitches. He's mixing them up very well, but he has some deception to his delivery. The pretty big guy, 6'5", steps across his body, pretty high arm angle. Well, I think a lot of times hitters having a tough time picking up the ball, and then with the consistent change of speeds is really keeping them off balance.
3 ball, 1 strike delivery on the way. Cruz swings and fouls it off. Pierzynski, the catcher, and a 3 ball, 2 strike count. Workman made his major league debut in his 3rd pro season last year. He split the first half with AA Portland and AAA Pawtucket, then added to the Red Sox roster in July. 3 starts, 20 games with Boston last year. He was named the Red Sox minor league pitcher of the year in 2012 when he went 10-8 at an ERA of 3.5. 3-2 delivery down the line and foul.
Boy, that was loud. That made a big explosion off the bat. Take a look at the efficiency here. 8, 11, 12, 9, 11. Just 51 total pitches for Workman.
Workman out of the University of Texas. That's where he is from. He was born in Arlington, home of the Rangers. Now lives in Bowie, home of the Knife. 3 ball, 2 strikeout. The delivery to Cruz, and he'll take it, and there's the first base runner.
Workman wanted it. So did manager John Farrell, running just off the plate. The cutter.
1 out walk. Orioles have a man on. The Orioles thank the 2014 American Heart Association Baltimore Heartball signature sponsor, Sinai Hospital, a LifeBridge Health Center whose support for the event helped raise $700,000 to help fight heart disease. For more information on how you can help fight heart disease or to contribute, go to Orioles.com/AHA. J.J. Hardy grounded out his first time up. Hardy will take the pitch, 90-mile-an-hour fastball on the inside corner for a strike. Cruz picking up his 27th walk of the year on at first base. He has struck out 58 times. He's improved that ratio from last year and years past. Here's the 0-1 delivery on the way, and Hardy will take that outside. Workman up to 54 pitches thrown so far. Out of the stretch for Workman when the bases are empty. Opponents were hitting 200 on 235. So that's not a big difference because he's not had a lot of at-bats against him. 1-1 delivery, and that'll be popped up in the air to shallow right field. Going back for it's Pedroia. Runner at first is going to be out. A double play. A base running mistake by Nelson Cruz. Minimum batters faced through 5 innings. A double play, Pedroia to Napoli. On the mound against Ruby De La Rosa. Our coverage on MASN will begin at 6:30 with those extra presented by Geico, and our game at 7. All the access you need right here on MASN.
Wei Chen settling in for the Orioles to 6 wins, and he's pitched well here at home. 2-1 with a 3.69, and out of his 6 starts here at Camden Yards, 4 quality starts. So Ruby De La Rosa just called up with the injury to Clay Buchholz. So good arm. He's a power arm. You can see a fastball getting up in the mid-90s. He's had a good start and a bad start since being with the Red Sox.
Orioles have seen De La Rosa only in 1 relief appearance. Here is Daniel Nava leading it off. Nava has struck out, flied out. Tillman's delivery will be knocked back over the screen. Some of the injuries for the Red Sox: Felix Dubron, 15-day DL. He had a rehab start today. AAA Pawtucket. Clay Buchholz, DL, hyperextended right knee. He'll go 5 innings in rehab start. AAA Pawtucket. There he is. That'll be on Friday. Pitch will be up high for a ball. So they're in hopes of getting some of their people back. And as Ben Cherington, their GM, said today before the game, said we'd like to be able to get a read on our real team. the guys we expected to be out there. Injuries have prevented that from happening. 1-1 delivery, and it'll be popped up shortstop. Hardy.
Well, you know, we've talked about this a lot this year, the depth of organizations being tested. And are you prepared for when some of your key players go down? And it's happened to every team. And one of the things that Buck Showalter and Dan Duquette, when they came together, they said, we need depth in this organization to be prepared for the setbacks. We just can't keep rotating the same guys through if a guy isn't performing or if somebody goes down. So they've established that here. And now other organizations you're seeing, you know, being tried, going down in the minor leagues. How are they handling it? Are the guys that they're calling up able to fill in that void for injured players? And, you know, your organization gets reevaluated.
Yeah. And pitching in particular, which you can never, ever have enough of. The breaking ball, Pierzynski's had a couple of singles in the ball game, so he is 2 for 2. Providing that veteran presence behind the plate. Here's the 1-1 delivery to him, and a pitch inside that he just gets a piece of and fouls off. Pierzynski's doing a real good job for this ball club, both at the plate and behind it. The veteran they felt they needed to have back there, and they're happy they got him. Ground ball will be fouled off.
Well, obviously a great deal of major league experience. He's won championships before. He's seen it all in the game, and he's a great competitor. He's one of those guys that you hated him when he was on the other team, but on your team, you know, you appreciate the way he goes about his business.
That'll go to second base. Flaherty's got it on the hop over to first base, and there are 2 down here in the top of the 6th inning. Pierzynski gone. That will bring up Grady Sizemore. Sizemore just a .211 career hitter against the Orioles with 6 career home runs at .223 on the year, a couple of home runs and 14 RBIs. Mike Karp, one of their outfielders, also on the DL, fractured and a bone in the foot. He's just taking the covering he's had on that foot off, that boot, and he's at least 3 weeks away from getting back, if not more. 1-0 delivery on the way. Sizemore will take that one inside. He goes to 2-0. Webb in the bullpen for the Orioles here in the 6th inning. With that pitch count rising on Tillman. And of course, Chris had to go through a 15-minute delay in the 2nd inning, top of it, and then an hour and 18-minute delay in the bottom of the 2nd inning.
Yeah, well, Chris Tillman has had starts like this before, not with the major rain delay involved, but where he's had to labor through some big innings. And next thing you know, you look up and you say, how the heck has he done this? How has he gotten in the 6th inning? And still, the Orioles right here, 1 run. It's a 1-run game, and so he's able to battle through.
Shattered bat on that one down the line. Flaherty was playing back. Whoop! Looked for Markakis, couldn't find him. Drops it. It's in play, and the throw to second not in time. At the last second, you saw Flaherty look to see where Markakis was, and then the ball in and out of his glove.
Yeah, it looked like Flaherty had a beat. He waves his arms, and he must have heard something and glanced away. I mean, that's the communication. You wave your arms, and that's all you have to do. Unless you hear somebody calling, and maybe the fans said something. I wouldn't think Nick Markakis would say anything. He was too far away, and his arms are waving. Sizemore thinks he's all done, but turns it on and into second base.
Arrow will be charged on Flaherty. 2 down, runner at second, and helping out Herrera going after the first pitch. Hardy will come in and put it away. No runs, no hits, 1 error. Base runner left on at second. Our doo-ups are brought to you by Mazda. David Lowe, Caleb Joseph, Ryan Flaherty. by PNC Bank, for the achiever in you. By Coons. When you're talking cars, you're talking Coons. And by Luna. For a beautiful new carpet, hardwood, and laminate, call 877-241-LUNA. Gary Thorne and Mike Bordick on this summer night. Thunderstorms have passed through, hopefully. And the Red Sox have a 1-0 lead. Workman a walk and 3 strikeouts. Nothing else for the Orioles. Tillman 3 walks, 3 strikeouts. He 1 run on 7 hits for Boston. An RBI in the 3rd on a Napoli single. First ball hitting low near the dugout and on top of it. There is Chris Tillman, who has held the Red Sox down to just that 1 run on 7 hits. But the Orioles offense yet to be able to put anything up on the board. Low grounded out his first time up. And Tampa Bay has lost another ball game. Oh my gosh. They're now 24-42. Tampa Bay beaten to the Cardinals 1-0. Holiday had a 1 for 3 for the Cardinals home run. RBI. Wainwright 7 solid innings, no runs, 7 hits. Odorizzi for Tampa Bay, a run on 3 hits and 7 in the 3rd innings. They're getting some pretty good, some outstanding pitching.
Oh yeah, their offense is
no offense. Got him looking.
A big breaking ball here. He's mixed this in as well as that cutter. Ends up picking up that outside corner. Big time change of speeds here. Just looping on in. David Lowe giving up on it, and it comes back down. That 3rd strike.
Warm up action. Andrew Miller. Kurt Badenhop. Left-hander Miller. Ball will be fouled away. Cardinals with a victory now at 36 on the year. They're making it interesting. They trail Milwaukee by 5 in the Central. Both teams came into the night having won their last 2. Cardinals now with a 3-game win streak. Here's the 0-1 delivery. Joseph will take it. It is a called strike. 0-2. Caleb got robbed on a fine play by Bogarts in the 3rd inning at a hard line drive. Bogarts went to his shortstop side and got it. Brandon Workman, the 0-2 pitch, and that will miss.
Come on, the fastball, a couple of his best in the game. 92, 93 miles an hour there.
One ball, 2 strike delivery. Joseph to short. Herrera's got that one. 2 down.
Workman doing a nice job. He is attacking the strike zone with all of his pitches. Saw the success Bud Norris had last night. Aggressive in the strike zone with all of his offerings. And you get hitters in between a little bit, just off the barrel of the bat. Right now, some luck, too. Some good defensive play.
There's the Orioles' first hit. Flaherty delivers a single with 2 down in the 6th inning, and the Orioles get a number on the board. So Workman, a no-hitter through 5 2/3 innings.
Now the breaking ball. Ryan Flaherty getting that front foot down, but he stays behind it instead of drifting out in front. That's a nice piece of hitting by Flaherty.
So 2 down here in the 6th inning. Nick Markakis will get an at-bat. Nick has grounded out twice. Markakis, 7th most difficult to strike out in the American League starting today's play. Workman with the delivery to him, and Nick another ground ball. That is fair, and he'll be tagged out, and that's that. No runs, 1 hit, no errors, 1 left on base. So the Orioles get a hit, but no runs. It remains the Red Sox 1 and the Orioles nothing.
Up with some big strikeouts. He didn't have many, but Herrera with the bases loaded. He gets Nava on the high fastball, and Holt, one of the hotter hitters in the ball game. Chris Tillman able to pitch himself out of some tough jams here and just come away with a 1 earned run. 7 hits, 3 walks, and 3 strikeouts for Tillman as he reached that 100 pitch mark. And now he's going to be giving him way to Ryan Webb.
And this pitching change should be quick, just like a Jiffy Lube signature service oil change. At Jiffy Lube, they get you in and out fast, and you never need an appointment.
Take a look at Ryan's numbers on the year. That earned run average steadily coming down to 2.70. 23 strikeouts, just the 6 walks on the year. Opponents hitting 224. Lefties just 182, and the righties at 246. And he has been so solid out of this bullpen. Just a 148 earned run average in 24 1/3 innings pitched. That's his last 25 games. So he has been consistent. And they're going to him to eat up some innings and come up with some big outs here. Want to get that Orioles offense going, so back in the dugout.
Webb appearing against the Red Sox for the 4th time. He has worked 2 2/3 innings, given up a couple of runs on 4 hits, 5 strikeouts, and a walk. And the first pitch will be taken for a strike. Top of the order, Holt, 7th inning. Holt 2 singles and a strikeout. Has a 10-game hit streak and has upped his average to 347. Now the left fielder for them. Grounded down to first fair. Davis the scoop. As promised earlier in the game, our AT&T's fan photo. A couple of happy Oriole fans at the ballpark.
There it is. Show your teeth. Show your teeth. They are.
Here is Bogaerts, 0 for 3. Xander Bogaerts against the Orioles. 348 average on the year coming in against the O's. And the pitch, and that will be in there for a strike. This is game number 9 that these teams have played. Orioles have won games 2-1, 8-4, 7-6, and 4-0. The Orioles have won the last 2 games these teams have played. Swing and a miss. Adding fooled with emotion. 0-2.
Yeah, nice slider there. 82 miles an hour. He's been so good with his slider. Actually, both his 2-seamer and slider able to locate it very well. See Caleb Joseph setting up away. Hits the spot down and away to get Bogaerts out in front.
0-2 count. Webb's delivery to him down to third. That is a fair ball, backhanded nicely. Manny. Oh, it's nice to have a cannon when you play third base.
And he does. That ball right down the line. And a good job keeping his focus. Ball staying down, keeps the glove down, sets his feet, and lets it fly. See the concentration here. Good extension with the glove. Glove wide open. See how he gathers himself? And then the load and release. And that ball's coming out of there with some hair. I mean, it's probably going about 95 miles an hour across that infield.
On a line.
Yeah.
2 down, nobody on, 7th inning. Pedroia is hit into a double play, flied out, grounded out. Pedroia hitting at 268 for Pedroia this season. Power numbers down, 3 home runs. He has picked up 19 doubles and an 0-2 count on him.
All right, good changeup right there from Ryan Webb. Haven't seen a lot of changeups from him. That was a good one.
Machado guarding the line at third. Pedroia will pop it up the other way. Davis. Chris in foul territory makes the catch in a solid inning for Ryan Webb. 1, 2, 3. Red Sox lead at 7th inning stretch time at Camden Yards. Promotion Saturday. First 10,000 fans 14 and under will receive an Oriole Bird plush pillow. Then on Sunday, the first 20,000 men 18 and over on Father's Day will get the Orioles fedora. Create a new Birdland memory with your family this weekend. For tickets, Orioles.com or 888-848-BIRD. And we suggest, as we've done before, our suggestions always in style, never out of favor. You get that fedora, Father's Day, you put it on, and you do a selfie and send it in for our AT&T fan photo.
Well, I was just thinking about leaving my wife a ticket. Maybe she'll give me that hat for Father's Day. That's awesome. I love that hat.
After what you gave her for Mother's Day, she should. And the pitch will be taken up high. Here is Manny Machado. Boy, I hope she heard that, and I hope she does it. 1-0 count. And I hope she takes a picture of you and sends it in. Here's our 1-0. Towering pop-up, shallow left field. Holt was very deep, so out goes Herrera. He's under it, and he's got it. Bottom of the 7th inning, a 1-0 ball game.
Workman just 66 pitches thrown in this game. 75% fastballs, throwing that breaking ball 23% of the time. Just a few change-ups here, but his fastball, he's throwing a little cutter, and he's taking some pace off of it. And we've seen some hitters just a little out in front. Man, he just missed that one there, though.
He has had 3 starts this year, no decision in any of them. Red Sox have won 1 of them. He went against Tampa Bay, 3 runs, 5 hits, and 5. Tampa Bay again, 2 runs, 4 hits, and 5 1/3. That's his longest outing. Jones, a ground ball to third, backing up, and the big hop. Bogarts has it, throws it down. Then the last outing against Cleveland, he gave up 3 runs, 4 hits, also in 5 innings. Now here he is working in the bottom of the 7th.
Yeah, very efficiently, too.
And that's going to be it. John Farrell is on his way out, and Workman is going to be coming out of the ball game with the bullpen warmed up and ready to go. He doesn't want to give him the base, but maybe he's not. Hang on. You want to go? Nope. He may have said yes, but he's not going to get to stay. So Workman is going to come out of there. And great job. He earned his last name in this ball game. He leaves with a chance to win. It is 1-0 Red Sox. Red Sox organization 2012 and his best start ever.
What a performance it was. 6 2/3. Might be a little surprised he's out of this game, only giving up the 1 hit, 1 walk, had 4 punch-outs, but only 67 pitches thrown. Did a nice job of mixing up, keeping the Orioles hitters off balance, and really aggressive in the strike zone. pretty successful outing, and certainly something to build on. As manager John Farrell goes to the bullpen, Andrew Miller in here, 2.81 earned run average, 40 punch-outs, and the 9 walks. He's a power-type pitcher. See the opponent average at 208, lefties 212, the righties just 206. Real good fastball, 93 to 98 miles an hour. Got a slider and a changeup as well.
So you want the lefty-lefty, but Davis is hitting 246 off lefties and 228 off righties. Don't know. Some of these pitching changes, you just have to wonder. I know it's this day and age of baseball, but why not give a guy a chance? I'm not saying John's not doing anything that hasn't been done by every other manager in the game in this day and age. And obviously they make the move because they think they give their team a better chance to win. But in the long run, if Workman can get through the inning, Workman gets through the game. I mean, how much does that add to what other teams think about him and how he thinks about himself? I don't know. But
well, what if he gives it up?
Well,
you know,
I mean, that's the risk. And you're a genius or you're an idiot.
Yeah.
It depends on what the result is. But it seems to me it's. But I guess we just passed the day where complete games just don't matter anymore. 1 ball, 2 strike count on Chris Davis. 2 strikeouts so far for Davis. 1-2 delivery on the way, and add another. So see, he's a genius. But actually, Workman has struck him out twice. 1-2-3 inning. We've completed 7, and it remains the Red Sox 1 and the Orioles 0. Orioles and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. And the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Baltimore Orioles. Back here at Camden Yards, fans are applauding a fan here as being shown on the board. Edith Van Saun, 108 years old. Speaking of those who have been around the ballpark a few times, how about our AKA MLB nicknames, the Beast? It was the Double X, a tremendous Hall of Famer, Jimmy Foxx. Foxx, Philadelphia A's, Red Sox, Chicago Cubs, and the Phillies. He was a power-hitting first baseman, and that's where he earned the moniker the Beast. He was the second batter in history to hit 500 home runs. He had 30 or more homers 12 consecutive years. He drove in 100 or more runs in 13 consecutive years, won the Triple Crown in 1933, and was the MVP in 32 and 33. Jimmy Foxx, a.k.a. the Beast. And here's Ortiz.
That's a good nickname.
That is, and it tells you.
I mean, that's a real nickname.
The Beast.
That might not even be a nickname. That might have been his middle name. His mom might have said, "You are the Beast."
Ortiz takes the pitch outside. Brian Mattis out of the bullpen now. Ryan Webb did a great job in inning 1-2-3.
Brian Mattis now in 28 games, 409 earned run average, 14 Ks with the 10 walks in his 22 innings of work.
Trying to Oh,
wow.
Watching Chris Davis. How about that? 1-0 ball game. He's leading it off. Tries to lay the bunt down with that third base side wide open.
Well, that would have been an interesting foot race there. Manny Machado to the ball and David Ortiz down the line. That would have been fun to watch.
That would have been.
I want to try it again.
1-2 delivery, and he fouls it off. One of the reasons he's bunting maybe is he's 1 for 20 off Brian Mattis.
Yeah, Brian Mattis has had his number throughout his career.
Orioles left-hander here in the top of the 8th inning. Here's the 1-2. And Ortiz swings and misses. 1 for 21.
Great pitch. And this is one of these things, man. Pitchers and hitters alike, you get in the opponent's head and you just have that confidence. And David Ortiz, knowing that he's had the struggles, and that Brian Mattis execute a perfect breaking ball down and away.
That will bring up the RBI man in the ball game. Napoli got a base hit in the 3rd inning after Holt had led it off with a single, and a walk was surrendered to put a runner in scoring position. That's a fair ball. Machado again, and got him. Davis found the bag. For the 2nd time, Manny Machado loads the cannon, and Davis helps him with a stretch.
Another beautiful play by Manny Machado, and he ends up flagging this ball down in the outfield grass. Look at him create that angle, deep foul territory, about as far as you can make a throw from any infield position, and he lets it fly. Nice stretch by Chris Davis. Beautiful all-around play there. Chris Davis showing his athleticism, and Brian Mattis loving it on both ends.
2 fine plays late in the ball game, down at 3rd and at 1st. Johnny Gomes is going to come out. He will pinch hit for Nava. Nava had an 0 for 3 in the ball game. Gomes with 5 home runs, 24 RBIs. Gomes has a 1 for 3 off Brian Mattis, a home run. So the first appearance by Gomes in this series. 2 down, nobody on, 1-0 Red Sox lead, 8th inning. Shift on in the infield. Gomes will take the pitch for strike. Darren O'Day for the Orioles.
Tom Cheat, you see him hustle over to that phone.
Ring a ding ding. Get to it. Here's the 0-1 delivery on the way, and the pitch will be taken outside. 1 ball and 1 strike. Stinson in the bullpen now with O'Day. 1-1, 2 down. Brian Mattis has pitched to him. That'll bounce off the plate. For Gomes, he's just a .212 hitter against the Orioles in his career, but he has had 13 home runs. 9 of those have been hit here at Camden Yards.
Now you can tell Brian trying to be careful with him here.
2-1 delivery on the way, and Gomes will swing through one upstairs. 2-2.
Well, Brian with some good velocity on the fastball. 93 coming out of the hand. And keeps it away. It's up and away. Dangerous spot. Gomes trying to get out to reach it, but velocity beats him.
No wind at all in the ballpark right now with the storms going by. 2-2 delivery. Gomes punches it, and he'll hold the count. Junichi Tazawa in the bullpen for Boston. 2-2, 2 down. 1 run in the game, all the way back to the 3rd inning. Hour and a half plus of minutes and 2 rain delays. 2-2 delivery on the way, and that one to right field. Nick Markakis over, will not have a play. Gomes will make a turn and stay. So a pinch hit single with 2 down in the 8th inning for Johnny Gomes.
Now Gomes makes the adjustment after trying to hit one out of the ballpark earlier. Gets to 2 strikes and just goes the other way with the offering.
That will bring Sizemore to the plate. Sizemore has got a 2-for-7 lifetime off Mattis. Or A.J. Pierzynski, rather. Sorry. Pierzynski up. Sizemore on deck. 2 singles in the ballgame for Pierzynski, and he has grounded out. Pierzynski 2 for 9 off Bryan. Danced over that one, 1-0.
Bryan getting him to move his feet a little bit. Pierzynski, he's been around the block. He knows how pitchers try to work him, possibly open up that outside corner for the breaking ball.
1-0 delivery. Did he go? No. Will Little down at third. Pierzynski has hit 103 points lower against the lefties than the righties this year. 2-0 count. Lead at first for Gomes. Davis holding. Pierzynski 2-1.
Gets himself into a good hitter's count. Brian Mattis just challenging him there, and I think Pierzynski a little bit too big on that one. Just swinging through the fastball.
2-1 delivery on the way to him, and he checks. It bounces. So Brian Mattis falls behind Pierzynski. 3 balls and 1 strike with 2 down, and Sizemore waiting on deck.
Another good block by Caleb Joseph behind the plate.
Gomes gets his lead, not a big one. 3-1 delivery. Pierzynski lifts it in the air to right field, way up in the air, at the wall, up and caught it. No! What a play! Nick Markakis perfectly timed it to get to the wall, jumped and hauled it in right at the top of the 373 mark.
Boy, tracking it the whole way. Beautiful play, robbing the home run.
If that lands on that roof area, that is a home run. Robbed him of a homer and 2 RBIs. Long and get a great gift for Dad. The MLB.com at Bat app, a subscription to the premium features for your favorite smartphone or tablet. It's a Father's Day gift that'll give you access to live look-ins, instant replays, live audio, free MLB TV, game of the day, and more. Just go to MLB.com. So with that save, the Orioles very much in it.
Yeah, going to very good back end of their bullpen. Tazawa now comes in 2.36 earned run average, 24 punch outs in his 26 innings of work. The opponent's hitting 248, lefties 256, and the righties at 241. And he has some pretty good stuff. I mean, a live fastball 93 to 97, split finger, and it is hard. He throws at 87 to 92, a curveball and a slider to go with it.
Gomes will stay in the ball game in right field for Nava after pinch hitting for him. Tazawa has faced the Orioles this year. Worked 4 2/3 innings in 5 games, giving up no runs on 3 hits. Carries a 2-1 record and a 1.80 ERA against the Orioles. This is the 18th game he's pitched against the O's.
Well, he's a good one, and he's pitched in a closer role at times. Uehara's taken over that spot, but great stuff. He is aggressive with his fastball and splitter. Very low walk rate, a 1.58 walk rate per 9 innings. So he's not going to give you those opportunities to get on base. He's going to challenge you with his stuff.
Cruz has picked up a walk. He has flied out. We're in the 8th inning, and the Orioles are only getting their 3rd at bat. That's how effective Workman was, their starter. Miller worked a 1/3 of an inning, got a strikeout. Tazawa with the 0-1 delivery to Cruz, and off the end of the bat and foul. Cruz a 1 for 7 off this Red Sox right-hander. Cruz, Hardy, and David Lowe due up. Bottom of the 8th inning. 24 hours changes everything. It was the Orioles shutting out the Red Sox 4-0 in the ball game last night behind Bud Norris, and now in this one behind Workman. Tables turned in a 1-0 ball game. The Orioles 1 hit, a Flaherty single in the 6th inning, a clean hit. Tazawa with the 0-2 delivery. Cruz in the air, right field. Gomes, 1 down.
Pretty well executed pitch there to get Nelson Cruz. And he's been able to drive some balls in some tough spots down and away, but good slider, hasn't reached for it, and a weak fly ball to right.
J.J. Hardy set into a double play and grounded out. 0 for 5 in the 2 games, 0 for his last 12 at the plate. J.J. still at that solid 288 mark. Guarding the bag, Bogart's at 3rd and even with the bag. Hardy will take the slider for a strike.
Very aggressive, loves to get ahead.
This has been the strength of the Red Sox, their bullpen. 3rd best ERA for relief pitchers in the league. Here's the 0-1 delivery, and Hardy on a pitch away, 0-2.
A little cut action on that 95-mile-an-hour fastball. Pretty good life. Him working that outside corner.
Tazawa out of the stretch in the 0-2. Hardy a little further out.
Just working the edges. 1, 2, 3, kind of climbing the ladder, I guess, away. You see the pitches keep expanding, and he did there just off the end of the bat. J.J. Hardy and all 3 at 95 miles an hour.
So 2 down. Here is Lowe. He is struck out and grounded out. Fine play made on him back in the 3rd inning by Bogarts at 3rd. Bogarts will move in at 3rd base now, recognizing Lowe's speed. And over the top on that one for a strike.
So David Lowe sees him pump in some fastballs at 95 miles an hour, and he starts him off with a splitter at the bottom of the zone.
0-1, 2 down. Enichi Tazawa delivers. So Toronto's been shut out 4-0. Tampa Bay's been shut out 1-0. And the Yankees are playing on the West Coast. They're just getting underway in Seattle. Yankees up 2-1. Seattle up 2-1 early. Only the second inning though. Yankees got rained out in their series finale yesterday. So moved on. 1 ball, 1 strike count. Same pitch, same result.
3 split fingers in a row to David Lowe. Well, what's impressive is how hard he throws them. That one an 88.
Two teams will come right back here tomorrow night for the finale to this 3-game set. Here's the 1-2 delivery on the way, and another one. Whoa. Couple of strikeouts and a 1-2-3 inning for Yunichi Tazawa. We go to the 9th. 1-0 Boston. Brought to you by Southwest Airlines. Find Southwest Airlines fares online only at southwest.com. And by Ocean City, Maryland. Put your vacation days to good use in Ocean City, Maryland. Book now at ococean.com. Gary Thorne and Mike Bordick, downtown Baltimore, Arts District there. And we go to the 9th inning. Brian Mattis will stay on. Gave up a single in the 8th. That was all. Tillman, 1 run, 7 hits over 6, 3 walks, 3 strikeouts. Webb in inning zeros. Brian Mattis now will work his 2nd inning of relief. Grady Sizemore will lead it off. Herrera and then Holt are due up. Shift on. Sizemore will take the breaking ball for a strike.
Nice one. Great to have the ability to throw your off-speed pitches to get ahead. And gets hitters thinking. You know, you can establish those pitches early throughout the count. You might get some more aggressive swings at some bad pitches.
2 for 7 lifetime off the left-hander for Sizemore. Herrera batting 9th, and then Holt at the top of the order. In this 9th inning, the Orioles have been held to 1 hit. A base hit in the 6th inning with 2 down by Ryan Flaherty. The only hit of the ball game. Workman, no runs, 1 hit, 6 2/3, a walk, and 4 strikeouts. Miller a third of an inning with a strikeout. To Zauer that last inning, 1-2-3. That'll be fouled off. Talked about how Tampa Bay had been shut out, and note that Tampa Bay has now set a record they rather would not have done. 27 straight scoreless innings now for the Rays is a new franchise record.
Oh. Wow.
Oof. 0-2 the count. Sizemore trying to wait on it. Out in front, fouls it off.
Well, I know the teams in the American League East don't feel bad for them at all. They've had their share of great seasons. It just seems like they're always in the postseason. They've had great consistent starting pitching, and their offense is, they do enough. Evan Longoria, of course, the powerhouse there, and he's having an off year. They've lost Myers for a while, but young superstar in the making there offensively. But it's just a down time. They had some major injuries to their rotation, even though it's somehow been able to pitch pretty well, but it's just that offense, the lack of production there hasn't been able to give them much of a spark.
Mattis's delivery in the air to center field, low. As Morris retired, one away in the ninth inning. Here's our Lexus of Towson drive of the game.
Well, Mike Napoli able to get to the elevated fastball and drive in the only run of the game. Yeah, it's Holt. He picked up a couple base hits in this ball game.
And the drive of the game brought to you by Lexus of Towson, the area's #1 Lexus dealer. Come see why at lexusoftowson.com. Showing bunt. Herrera with one down and nobody on. Herrera turns around here against the left-hander. From this side of the plate for Herrera, 286. Towering fly ball left field. Cruz back at the wall, and he's got it. Couple of heart stoppers here in the last 2 innings on fly balls, one to right and one to left.
Yeah, just elevated a little too much. See Darren O'Day out in the Orioles bullpen, and Koji Uehara for the Red Sox.
2 down. That'll bring Holt up. He's had 2 hits, 2 for 4 in the game, 3 for 7 in the series. 10-game hit streak, hitting at .344, and he will take the pitch down low for a ball. So Brian Mattis trying to send this one to the bottom of the ninth inning as a 1-run ball game. The delivery 1-0 to Holt, steps away, but it was there. Holt against the lefties, .388. Mercy. .304 off right-handers. Here's the 1-1 by Mattis, and he checked. Did he? Yes. 2-1. Here's the 2-1 delivery on the way to him, and that ball inside out to left. Cruz. He's got it. Bottom of the ninth inning coming up. Joseph, Flaherty, Marquez due up. You might want to take those seatbelts and that little extra tug as the Orioles need one to keep this game alive. Koji will pitch. A 1-0 ball game. A one-hitter being thrown by the combine for Boston.
Now Koji Uehara now in the game. 26 games this year. Look at that earned run average, .68. That's best of all relievers. 26 2/3 innings, 36 Ks to 4 walks. And he has been on fire. Opponents hitting just 176, lefties 93, and the righties at 250. And it's all about command with him. The invisible fastball from 87 to 91. A real good split finger that has some great dive and sink to it in the bottom of the zone. And a cutter as well. But very good at limiting his walks. There's a look at the lowest bullpen earned run average. Uehara right there at the top. But look at Zach Britton and Darren O'Day right behind him. So Orioles a couple dominant arms out of their bullpen.
For Koji Uehara this season against the Orioles, he's had 2 saves. He's worked 3 games, 3 innings, and given up 1 hit. Lifetime against the Orioles, he has 1 loss, 3 saves. ERA against the O's, .71. So Koji Uehara will face Steve Pearce, who's going to pinch hit for Caleb Joseph. Leading it off in the bottom of the 9th inning. And he drills it to left field. And that's going to be a base hit. Holt was on the warning track. So the Orioles get their 2nd hit of the ball game. A leadoff single by Pearce here in the bottom of the 9th inning.
Steve Pearce jumping all over that first pitch. Had some success as a pinch hitter. And seems like every time he steps to the plate, does something good. Gets on the fastball, driving it down that left field line. Holt, he's a newbie in the outfield, so tough little read for him there. Plays it back, keeps Pearce to a single.
The other hit is at the plate. Flaherty, who had a single back in the 6th inning. Workman had worked 5 2/3 no-hit ball in the game. Flaherty a 1 for 2, shows bunt. Lays down a good one. Uehara's going to go to second, and they get the out. So Koji Uehara, a big defensive play right there. They get the lead runner.
Boy, it really was. I mean, Ryan Flaherty, not the best bunt back to the pitcher, but he really took his time and executed a perfect throw to second base. Almost looked so nonchalant that he wasn't going to go to second base. Quick turn and throw on the money to get the lead out.
So the fielder's choice will put Flaherty on at first now with 1 away as Pearce is taken out at second base. So the Orioles here in the 9th, down by just a run. We'll get Nick Markakis to the plate. Markakis with an 0 for 3 in the ball game. Nick a 1 for 5 off Koji Uehara. Shift on, but staying at double play depth. And the pitch is there for a strike. Nick's got that hole he loves to go to between third and short now expanded because the shortstop Herrera's way over.
Yeah, Nick Markakis has holes all over the field. Of course, Ryan Flaherty at first base opens that hole up. It's the left side of the infield, but he's shown some good power, so there's a nice hole over that right field wall.
It is there for a strike. Nick says no, it wasn't. To Brian Gorman. 0-2.
Nick Markakis, probably more so than anybody, has a great understanding of his own strike zone. Take a look at the hits by direction. Pretty evenly balanced. 28 to left, 32 to center, and 21 to right.
Oh-2 count. Flaherty, the runner at first, being held. The delivery. Markakis fouls it back. Yes, you were wondering, the Orioles getting a second hit here. The last time they had somebody pitch a one-hitter against him was back in 2012. It was R.A. Dickey, the knuckleballer. Orioles are not going to have that happen tonight. Now they want to get at least one in, and hopefully two. Two puts it away. Orioles have been shut out 4 times this season. Red Sox have 3 shutouts as a team. In the dirt, Brzezinski, a good stop. And a 1-ball, 2-strike count.
Oh, that's a really good stop from A.J. Brzezinski. Veteran catcher still moves around pretty well. Just covering that baseball, keeping him in front. You know, Wayne Kirby, first base coach, is telling Ryan Flaherty that, hey, coach, he likes his split finger. He'll throw it down to try to get the strikeouts. So just be aware of that ball down in the dirt. Love to get him out in scoring position.
Really surprised Koji's only had one wild pitch so far this year. 1 ball, 2 strike, delivered to Markakis in the dirt again, knocked down. Flaherty stays. And the count goes to 2-2.
Brzezinski just killing it back there with the chest protector. Ball not getting far away at all.
Ball game down to nail biting time, and a good one. 2 ball, 2 strike count, bottom of the 9th with 1 out. Flaherty 2 steps off first base, and that'll be popped up. Brzezinski looking, maybe room, throws the mask, and doesn't make the play. He did not get back to the screen. He was still moving when that ball came down, and that was catchable.
Yeah, it sure was. Here I am talking about how good he's been there defensively, but here a little tentative getting to where the ball's supposed to be, and reaches out and still had an extra couple feet to get in a better position.
Catchers, like outfielders, on those kind of plays have to get back first and then come in, but find out where the wall is, or in this case where the screen is. Yeah, make it easier on yourself.
He started tippy-toeing when he got close.
This will be the 7th pitch of this at bat. 2-2. Markakis lives, almost thrown over the head of Napoli. Koji gunned that over there.
And that was a quick snap throw. And Koji does a nice job of controlling the running game. Very quick to the plate.
2 balls, 2 strikes. Markakis gets a green light, but can't produce. Azuahara gets him on a strikeout, and there are 2 down.
Well, was having trouble finding the command with the splitter throughout this at bat, but comes up with a good one on the end to get Markakis. There it is. You saw the grip at the top of his release point. And Markakis out in front, and there's some good dive action at the end.
So the Orioles down to an out to work with. And Manny Machado's coming up. He is flied out twice, popped out. Delivery to him. Machado will take it down low for a ball. Machado with an 0 for 3 in the only times he has faced Koji Uehara. Workman, the pitcher of record for the Red Sox, and Tillman for the Orioles in this great pitching matchup. 1-8-1 for the Red Sox, 0-2-1 for the Orioles. Here's the 1-0 delivery. Flash foul. Game of baseball does this to you. This is just the opposite of the ball game we saw last night, where the Orioles had 3 home runs and Bud Norris shut down Boston. Now it's the Red Sox trying to return the favor of a goose egg. Here's the 1-1 delivery of Machado. That pitch. 1-2.
Steady dive of split fingers. To Manny. Take a look at this one. Dropping down in the zone. Oh, catches AJ.
How about that? He caught him with a backswing and made sure he said something to Brzezinski. Lesson learned. 1-2 delivery. Machado pops it up near the Red Sox dugout. And no room. That's when you know the lesson was instilled solidly by his teammates when in a clutch situation and pressure point of a game like this.
Oh, yeah.
He remembers.
Definitely high intensity. You're going to have the ultimate focus. He felt the contact on the back end of his swing, and immediately just.
He's got that long backswing. And catchers are generally a little too close. 1 ball, 2 strike count, 2 down. Flaherty off first base, and that's the ball game. We struck him out. So Koji will come on to get the save. Workman will get his first win, 1-0. Tillman takes the loss. He is 5-3, and the Orioles are shut out for the 5th time. Boston gets their 3rd shutout as they win it by a score of 1-0, and that'll set up the rubber match for Game 3 in the finale tomorrow. Wei-Yin Chen will be on the mound against Ruby De La Rosa. Coverage on Masson at 6:30. O's Extra, presented by Geico, followed by game coverage at 7. This has been a Masson presentation. It'll be Tom and Rick coming by with those Extra, presented by PNC. That's coming up next. Great pitchers duel. 1-0 Red Sox win it. For Mike Bordick and all of our crew, I'm Gary Thorne from Camden Yards. Adieu.